Oops.
There we go.
So we have tonight a package proposal. We have a two-part package proposal. We're gonna start with the language part and go through those. And then after that, the wages. Get their own sign on.
Oh, these are all.
So we should pass them.
We're passing the package proposal around.
Attendance?
Yeah, we can send that around. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll need two, darling.
Yes, and I need this and I need paper.
That's regular.
Okay, well, I can-
That's that for now.
I'm just trying to get the notes right.
We do this one. Thank you.
Doing a great job.
So what, while you're doing that, Laura, I'll just talk a little about the package proposal. So it's set up like, I forget the date that you had done a similar sort of template. It's essentially this thing, the 23rd, and I thought there might have one time before, but it's styled the same way. So what we've done is sort of top left, what you see in bold are the things that we had agreed to by virtue of our last session or two. So we've moved those to the TA column. So all of this, sorry, did you?
No, nothing, just pass this passage.
Yeah. So those are all the things that we had agreed to in the last sessions. Those were bolded just to draw your attention to now being moved to that column, so to speak. Top right are what we're asking the union to agree to as part of this package proposal. You'll see A through G are all proposals that we've already put forth previously, and I'll get to that in a second in terms of just a few that have been revised, and we have one clarification question as well. Just moving to the right middle, the parties would maintain the existing language for those particular proposals. So we did it the same way, I think, last time, saying that these are the ones that we would just agree to keep the language in the contract as it currently stands. And then bottom left and bottom right are proposals that we would look to withdraw at the committee on the committee side, and then for the union to withdraw as part of the package proposal, leaving out those proposals that either party has said that they would withdraw previously. So that's how it's set up. In terms of the things that are different, the first is on page 3, the paid parental leave. Bottom of page 3, you're pulling up.
Yeah.
Got it. So the committee is moving from 5 to 10 days of paid leave. And then also proposing the language beneath it, which is in reference to PFML, the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, with the proposal being that we incorporate language that effectively says, I'm paraphrasing what's in there, that should Gloucester elect to participate in PFML, that the parties would agree that this section be null and void, and then have negotiations on the impact of PFML.
So then, this what we're putting up here is we've shown this one before, but just in terms of the agreements that have been made and addressed FY 25, I guess, and forward over the last year, 111 agreements have been agreed to across the state. And as you can see, the majority don't have paid parental leave days outside of sick time, vast majority. But then the school committee is moving from sort of the 1 to 9 column over to the 10 to 19 column. So and then so as you can see, that's of the districts who are paying for parental leave outside of sick time, that's the highest number of districts around the state. What we've also noticed is just that and what folks may not understand is that Gloucester, all of us have been way ahead of the state in a very important area, which is allowing all staff to have full 12 weeks of parental leave or FMLA to be used by sick time. Many districts these days are actually just starting to approve any time to be paid using accrued sick time for parental leave or FMLA.
I don't, just a quick clarifying question. Can you pull that?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I was slow to the draw.
Sorry. There you go.
Thanks. This was the one you showed last time, right?
Yeah,
It's the same numbers?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we haven't been able to update it yet.
Okay, because Masco just got 8 weeks, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Great.
Um,
So that would move that would be 4, right?
I know I also just settled a contract in Salem for 6 weeks, 30 days, right? So I think that it's just, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not part of it.
Okay.
okay, so just going back to the package, then the other change is on the bottom of page 7. So the committee has a proposal on the curriculum implementations, addressing the concerns that were raised last time. So if you look at page 8, really the substance of the proposal. I need to sign it. Oh, you did. Yeah, thank you. So the committee is proposing in the large paragraph towards the bottom, when implementing a new curriculum, to make that clarification, and then adding the paragraph at the bottom, reading modifications necessary to support individual student needs are a necessary and important component of effective teaching and are expected of teachers. Nothing in this article would restrict teachers from making necessary modifications based on individual student needs.
So we've heard what folks said, and in terms of concern about, being held to being rigidly held to a newly adopted curriculum and structural practices, and concern about not being able to make modifications. So that was never the intent of the language, and so we tried to clarify that of course, in any curriculum options that teachers and staff are doing with administrators certainly allow for and need to be flexible enough to create modifications. And so that's a language that we added there on the bottom to make sure that folks understand that of course modifications are necessary. And this isn't designed to restrict that.
And then the last piece was just a clarification question, which we think we had a TA on, but wanted to make sure. So it's on page 9 regarding sick day accrual. We think we had a TA, or you had signaled a TA on number 1, which was the addition of the language that we had proposed. That sick days for teachers with our professional status would accrue 5 on day 1 of the school year, an additional 5 on January 1 of the same school year. So we've moved that over that column. So I think we had, but
Could I just
yeah,
put it in number 2,
yeah,
where it says, after you struck the beginning language, teachers with professional status will be entitled to 17 sick days per year, accrued at a rate of, that should be 2 days per month.
oh, thank you, Rachel. Yeah, okay,
That's what's in the contract.
Yes.
right.
I just wanted
No,
to correct
it's a
on this
typo.
paper.
No, thank you. Yeah.
That was up.
Just in
Um,
terms of just add this, the rationale the school committee has for not moving up to 17 for employees in their first 3 years is Stephanie, can you just grab that little picture there so people can see the slide? Yeah, this slide, great. Is the school committee looking at this was that as you can see, almost all of our local districts and DART districts, these are the ones we always compare ourselves to on any matter, are at 15. A couple are at 12, or I guess one's at 12. So 70 is clearly an outlier. So going up to 17 and to continue that, something the school committee isn't supporting at this point. For number 2 there.
Right, and of course, our rationale is the newer teachers would need more time because I don't know if any teacher remembers their first year teaching, but you catch everything. And so we felt that the new teachers really needed that additional time, and that would really help with the lack of paper and belief.
I'll remind you guys, we went over this verbally, it wasn't on paper anywhere. There were some proposals that we said that we would be willing to withdraw, right? But there was an expectation that there were other provisions that were agreed to accommodate for those things. And one of those things that stands out is we would agree to less sick time for early career teachers, right? But we need a parental leave policy if we're gonna rely on sick days for younger teachers to get paid, right? We need a better parental leave to help fill those gaps, right? So movement from 5 to 10 days, one small step in the right direction, right? But this is still not nearly what it needs to be to support our early career teachers who are becoming parents.
Thank you. Okay, so that, yeah, that rounds out the,
Also, what are you talking about?
okay, you wanted to go there, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, on the teacher, Article 6. Okay, so I just wanted to move back in the package proposal for a second to teaching hours and teaching load, because there was just a slide and some information that we wanted to share just about that.
So the goal that school committee wanted to do here is really address the need, the imbalance between planning collaboration time for that high school, middle school has, and especially compared to elementary, we talked about. And so wanted to add a little more details to those, to that that proposal, and also put in the context of other districts. So we have a few things to go over here. So first and foremost, or first rather, is just again comparing to our local and DART districts. What folks will see here is that Gloucester has among the shortest work days of any of our comparative districts. So actually the shortest, I believe, if I'm reading this right, in terms of elementary, at a 6 hour and 17-minute workday by contract. I guess PB has a little bit shorter. And then also some of the shorter middle school and high school. Both of these tables, I think, are organized by elementary. That's why you see Gloucester at the very low here. And again, the goal is about how do we expand and make sure that teachers at elementary and middle have the teacher collaboration planning time that is necessary to really strengthen practice. So what you see from that, just to summarize, is 8 districts have the same teacher workday across K to 12. And then 4 more have it across 7 to 12. Whereas Gloucester right now has 4 different teacher workdays at 4 different levels. So the problem with that is and then here's another way of looking at it. Okay, so you have the school levels on the left here and the workday. Of course, we know that preschool is undefined. It's not nowhere in the contract about what their work days or requirements are. And we have a proposal for that, of course. But what you see is that the difference between elementary and the other levels is 15 minutes per day, with O'Malley 35 minutes per day for the high school. That equals 45 hours per year. At the middle school, or actually 7+ days if you take that as equivalent days that O'Malley's teachers are working, and the 16 additional days, 16 equivalent hours, 16 days of equivalent hours for high school. Then and that's sort of laid out here. You can work more 105 more hours in elementary teachers over the course of a year, and teachers work 45 hours more than O'Malley teachers. Now we understand, and we really heard that the elementary teachers are concerned about the 7 more required hours at the end of the workday. That's part of the contract that's been agreed to in years past. But ultimately, this difference is the shorter workday results in less time for teacher planning, collaboration, and consultation with colleagues. That can't be changed, can't be fixed within the differences in the workdays.
Yes, it Yes, it can.
So what we proposed, okay, so those are the accumulation of that, the effect of that structural sort of challenge is that collaboration time planning for elementary is 3 hours and 20 minutes per week. And you'll see that it's 2 or 3 more hours per week at O'Malley and GHS. So just to clarify the proposal, because there was some sort of disagreement or not, misunderstanding last time, was that what the school committee is proposing is to increase significantly the amount of time directed by teachers for planning preparation. So right now you see in the middle here, 170 minutes per week for elementary teachers have, and that would increase to 220 minutes per week. Okay, so increase to 50 minutes per week. There's no professional collaboration time directed by teachers. And so understanding that, collaboration time, working together, consultation, looking at IEPs, whatever is necessary, directed by teachers is also very important. The school committee is proposing to increase that by 55 minutes per week. And then also an increase in professional collaboration time directed by administrators, but that's only going from 30 minutes per week to adding 30 minutes. So really wanting to try to add here 105 more minutes directed by teachers per week, which is a lot. It would be used, of course, to great value. by teachers and colleagues working together. And that would be possible if we were like many other districts and had a similar workday for all levels.
Can I just comment on that? Oh,
And then similarly, or, same structure, same approach, O'Malley would add 40 minutes per week for teacher collaboration time, acknowledging that O'Malley already has quite a bit of planning time, and also teacher collaboration time, but this would be adding more time directed by teachers.
Can I ask a couple questions? One, if we're having a consistent day across all levels, are we gonna have consistent teaching minutes between all schools? Because currently that is not the case, aside from the 7 hours.
Right.
And also, we're also after school for 20 minutes a day loading the buses. So you're gonna add this extra time to the time that we're already not it's not already being memorialized in our contract when we are after school, loading the buses safely. It's a big job to get that done right.
Yeah.
So are we gonna tack that on to that extra 20 minutes? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so at Plum Cove, how many teachers are helping load the 2 buses?
Everybody. Because you have to house the students. They get called for pathways. They have to be on the pathways bus. Then we have the YMCA program. Then we have walkers. Then we have car pickups. And then we have each grade level dismisses, and you have to be able to hear and get the kids on the bus correctly for those buses, all 6 grades.
So that's really important information. And of course, I'm aware of that. So I want to make sure everyone else is aware
But
of
I
it.
feel like
So-
we've mentioned this
Yeah.
many a times and
So-
no one's hearing us.
Well, so, I mean, this is why we worked it out through negotiation, and so I hear you. And so
Okay.
what counter proposal would the GTA offer in terms of
Oh,
a real challenge?
we've
This
already
this is a real
offered, yeah.
challenge.
Let's,
And one other thing,
Well,
have you added up the teaching minutes that elementary does as opposed to, because that would need to be equitable too. And the extra 7 hours. So if you're using the word consistent workday, then we want it consistent,
Yeah.
not just consistent that it works out from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, because this is not an equitable deal. And as you quoted last week, and I don't mean to quote you because you are my boss, but you did say elementary gets shafted all the time.
Yeah, I regret using that word.
I would think you would,
If I was
but
to
we feel that.
And
And
if
what
I
I
could
mean
just
by,
take,
just be clear on that, what I mean by is that folks are right, okay? And this is not just Gloucester, okay? I mean, because the way that teachers, the things are built, typically elementary teachers have less time for collaboration and planning. So we're trying to get you more time.
But you
we don't
understand
know.
that you need elementary to ratify this contract, right?
okay, so
We're clear on
I
that.
understand that. I understand that.
And
I'll
I
fight.
think there's another point that I just wanted to make in terms of the additional time. And I'm not the best math teacher in the world, though I did teach Algebra 1 Restart in 1993-94. However, if you just really quickly do a little bit of math, and so I've been master's plus 60 since 2005, 2006. And so if you do the math with dividing my salary per days, the additional time for high school teachers was how many additional days? 16 additional days. So just doing that quick math, that's $8,524 roughly for that additional work. Your wage proposal does not come close to that. For my friends in elementary, it was 7 days, and that's $3,729 extra dollars. So a bigger part of the issue with this extra time is that it is not being adequately or appropriately compensated for with the wage proposals that you have. So what you're offering us in wage proposals, which was 2.25 in year 1, 2.5 in year 2, and 2.5 in year 3, which adds up to 7.25%. And that doesn't even begin to address that additional time. So that is a much bigger issue, aside from the very real facts that Carrie pointed out to you, and the fact that it'll be difficult to ratify any contract with additional time, especially for our elementary school teachers, but we are still willing to negotiate and discuss them.
I think we'll also then do some research to find out if those other districts pay different levels differently for the same length of day. Because there's so many districts that have the same work day. And we'll, and see if they have limits on their teaching time. right, to be equitable as well,
And can we
because
look at the percentage of their contract that they're getting raised? Because they're not getting 2.25. They're.
I'm just talking.
So I
about,
wanna help
like,
us,
I'm just trying to,
Carrie.
we're just trying to find time for teachers to work together to improve student learning and achievement, because we need to.
And our
And it's very
teachers.
clear we need to.
So to help us move along, right? But I think Rachel put it really clearly. If you put yourself in the footsteps of a elementary school teacher, right? You're asking them to work 7 extra days, 16 extra days for no extra money, right?
Mhm.
So that is a problem that we'll have to solve. We're happy to see your wage proposal and then go from there, okay?
So other points to the package deal that you have.
So we have a salary presentation.
We've established
Salary presentation at part 2, which is.
Everyone. Charlotte's microphone is here. Do you want to speak on the microphone or? I don't know how to work it.
All right, so in terms of explaining the proposal, Rachel teed up quite well there. Some question about in the community and among others, how does so the school committee did propose over 3 years a 7.25% COLA. And that equals a 24%. And how does that equal 24% salary increase, which the school committee has also been communicating? So
Said 15 to 25.
I'll try to do this well, but I may not, so just please have patience. I'm trying to explain the ins and outs of this. So first of all, for members of the community and members in the room, people in the community and people in the room, it's not always clear what step lanes and COLAs are and how they work. So I'll just do a little explanation here and see if I can make some sense of it, okay? So first of all, steps, the year teachers work and have worked. There is, of course, a minimum. So we start on step 5 in Gloucester. That means first year teachers start at step 5 and then go for 13. And then that's the maximum. It's 13. We'll talk about that in a little moment. Okay. Then there are lanes. So the red parts are the lanes, and Gloucester has 4 lanes. Other districts have, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. We have 4. And then there's always a COLA on a salary scale. So the COLA here, if this is FY24 and FY24, that means that the whole entire salary schedule here increased 2.5% from the prior year. So those are the 3 different pieces. We're going to sort of go through how they work together to create a teacher's salary from one year to the next. So this is the full proposal from the school committee. So we have up here FY24. And it has the steps and the tracks, obviously FY25 with a 2.25% COLA and the opening proposal. Over here is FY26 with a 2.5 opening COLA, and then FY27 with, again, 2.5 as well. So we're going to just to sort of explain folks how we get to 25, how something like this gets to 24%. We're just going to look at step 9. Okay. What's confusing and hard to follow often is that a person say at step 9. And so in FY24, which was the beginning here, that person is track 2, so it means they have a master's degree. Step 9, they're at $71,000 over that, 71.5 about. Then step 2, then on FY25, they go to step 10, that's $76,600. And then they go to step 11, they stay on track 2 at this point, that's how we're explaining this. Step 11 goes to $82,200. And then, of course, step 12, they would be at step 12 in FY27, that goes to $88,200. So I just want to take a look, and what we'll do is just look at track 2. So just look at track 2 here, and we'll put it on sort of one table. So this is all track 2. See track 2 masters across the board here. And this is just showing how it works from one year to the next. FY24, FY25, FY26, FY27. And this is just showing how a person who was started on step 9 in FY24, beginning his contract, 3 years later goes to 88,289. So it looks like this. They start on step 9, then step 10, then step 11, step 12. And then the growth over those 3 years in the annual salary from 71,000 to 88,000, $16,600. That equals 23.3%. So we know the COLA is 7.25, but because we've negotiated for, we have steps built in, that salary increase for a teacher is actually over $16,000 over the 3 years of the contract. So there is one very important piece of this that folks may not understand. I'm sure teachers understand this, but general public doesn't, is there's actually just one group, one very important group, okay, happens to be the largest group, okay, of folks who do get that COLA. Okay, so if they're on 13, as Rachel's talked about, they stay on 13. There's no steps to go higher. Okay, and those who are already on step 13 are the ones, and that can be step 13 for any track. Okay, step 12 for bachelors. Okay, they start at 86,517 FY24, then the 88,464, 96,755, just going across the bottom here, and then 92,942 in FY27. That is $6,400 in growth. Okay, and then that is actually 7.4% because you compound a little bit each over. But that's the only, when we talk about 7.25, or in this case 7.4, because it compounds, that's the only step that gets that side to raise. Everyone else gets, as we show, quite a bit higher than that. And then what we have here is for just master's track 2, just trying to make it easier for folks to read it, is you step, what step you were at the beginning of the contract, FY24, and just easy to go straight across to see beginning of the contract salary, end of the contract, the salary would be your total increase over the course of 4 years, and then the percentage increase. So you see there's a 24, if you happen to start on step 10, there's a 24% increase. And that's how a COLA, which is 7.25, actually gets to much higher increases.
Okay.
Now, we just want to show then the comparison to the GTA proposal, because as the school committee has said, the GTA proposal gets as high as a 55% increase for some people. Okay, so you're again just doing the same thing. This is just track 2, and this is masters. In the GTA opening proposal, they start on step 9 at 71,000, and then over, in this case, 4 years, because the GTA put together a 4-year package, $105,000. Okay, after 4 years, let's go from 71,000 to 105,000. That's a $33,000 increase over the course of 4 years in terms of increase in salary, and that's a 46.6% increase. Okay, over 4 years. Now again, this is master track 2. You see the range here of folks.
So I think that people are starting to get a little confused, right? You're going through a lot of stuff.
What we want
really
to do,
quick.
so let me explain. What we're going to do is we want to show you the difference between the two proposals. Then we want to show you the total cost of the two proposals.
I don't think you need to go through this, right? You're talking to a room full of people who understand what the proposal was, who just think that the way that you presented it was extremely misleading. Right? Because some of the things you're neglecting to say are that the teaching body is not static, right? Like every year you got veteran teachers who are leaving the field and are being replaced by lower cost early career teachers. So what you're actually doing is proposing investing 2.25% more into your teacher wage bill, and that's not sufficient. The other point that we will make crystal clear for you is we understand how this math works. We understand the process of getting to the top. What you're neglecting to talk about is the fact that the destination, the top of the scale, is insufficient for what your district needs. Right? It doesn't matter how much percent they go up to get to the wage that's at the top of the scale. The top of the scale is not enough to keep people in the district and attract great teachers.
So Nick, I can continue, we'll get to our new salary proposal, okay? But we do want to make sure not only you, but also everyone watching and the public understand how our budgets work and how what the city needs to pay for in terms of your proposal.
It's like, there's a good portion of the room that cannot.
I'm not sure there's a way, I'm not sure there's a way to do it to get everybody though. I mean,
We have the
there's
camera on
a large
the
crowd.
group here. So sorry, but we can't, Michelle.
I just
So then,
wanna-
and then, so.
I mean,
and then- and then-
can you guys just get to the proposal? If you guys
No,
are trying to
no.
communicate with the public, right? Send another email, right? Have a meeting, talk to the public. We're here to negotiate, like, make a proposal. We
I'm
understand
gonna
your
ask
proposal.
that you ask the folks here to be silent,
Yeah,
right?
they just did.
I don't think
Sound,
so. I
right?
appreciate
Nick,
that.
The school
Thank you.
committee wants me to go through this proposal. I'm going to go through this
Please go through the
presentation, okay?
proposal.
And no,
The
I'm going through the
proposal, not the
presentation, okay?
presentation.
No,
But just understand that if there's context around it.
there's context around this.
We get to choose what we present. We all are here working on this together.
We feel some urgency to make progress on this, and this
So
is
do
not
we.
making any progress,
And-
guys.
Okay, so actually
we-
discussing it keeps us from making progress, Nick. So if you let me continue, we'll make progress. Okay, so, and then here we show how on the top salary on Master 60, that the GTA opening proposal is a 28% increase over 4 years. Going from $97,000 for each teacher to $125,000 per year. Very crucial to see, and then this is, as you see, again, people have wondered how we get a 55%. It's pretty simple. Step 9, this is the highest raises among the opening GTA proposal. A person earning $80,000 in last school year would be making $125,000 at the end of the contract. That's a $44,000 increase, which is more than half their salary in 4 years. That's more than, so that's what we're comparing these two opening proposals.
But the actual question is $120,000 a fair wage for a teacher?
We.
No,
Right.
so-
With 3 master's degrees, is that what the 60 plus?
So now I'm going to show everyone whether or not the city can pay for this,
That we paid for, by the way.
okay? So because the cost of the salary proposals is ultimately very, very important about whether we can pay for them, whether the city and the city taxpayers can pay for them. So the total cost of opening salary proposals is listed here. Okay, over 3 years, we're just comparing 3 years here. You see the gap. GTA opening proposal would cost, just for teacher salaries increases, $1.9 million. The school committee opening proposal will cost just over $1 million. Okay, that gap is $858,000 between the two opening proposals. It's a very large gap. And I'll show you, put that in context in a couple of moments. Okay, it goes up to $2 million for GTA and then $2 million again. And the gap between the two proposals stays, well, actually it increases up to $931,000 in the third year. That's a total gap of $2.6 million over the course of 3 years between the two salary proposals. That is a lot of money. This is equivalent, this gap is in the neighborhood of 7 or 8 teachers. If we only get this amount of money from the city to fund this, to fund our budget, we'd be looking at year-over-year layoffs. We have to make sure we can meet that gap. Okay. Another way of looking at that is that the GTA salary increase for 1 year is $1.9 million. You have to compare that. What you see here are the total salary increases for the last 5 years for all staff. That's paraprofessionals, it's food service workers, that's transportation workers, that's administrators, that's principals. Okay, you will see here that the GTA proposed an increase of $1.9 million for teacher salaries alone. That is nearly $600,000 more than the increase this year for all salaries. Those two numbers they've got to meet. They don't add up. We've got to keep working at this to make sure that we have proposals that taxpayers can afford to pay. Another way of looking at this is comparing the GTA increase in teacher salaries to the entire operating budget increase. Okay, these are operating budget increases for the last 5 years. You see that there only 1 year does it come close to what GTA proposed. Okay, the GTA proposal for teacher salaries increase in FY25, the year we're in, is $1.9 million. On the approved budget, the increase for all salaries was $1.75 million. I mean, sorry, for the entire operating budget. That means average tuition, transportation, special education costs, all staffing, okay, healthcare increases. Okay, the GTA proposal is $1.9 million. It is above the entire increase for the entire operating budget. Okay. We need to keep working at this so we have salary proposals that we can all afford and are reasonable and reasonable and also fair to teachers and also fair to the city. We're not there yet. If we keep negotiating, I certainly believe we can get there.
I just want to add,
Can afford to have well appropriately paid teachers, is that what you're saying?
I'm simply saying that at this point, where it stands, the GTA proposal outstrips both all salary increases and the total operating budget increase from the last 5 years.
This is one of the reasons why I did not want you guys to get up on a soapbox and do this presentation, is because I don't think these numbers are right.
But.
But you're
Nick,
just
I
getting on
appreciate that,
Zoom in
but-
front of the entire community and saying
Nick,
it's a
Nick,
$1.9 million number
Nick,
that we don't think is right.
But Nick, it doesn't matter how you calculate it. We know how we build our budget. It matters how we calculate it because we're the ones who are going to actually like submit that to the mayor.
And I don't think the people in this room trust you.
Well, Nick,
So we're putting the numbers up there, right? And we're explaining what the context is, the rationale behind it, the reality.
these are actual numbers from the
right?
actual budgets that anybody can look for.
There's
So,
a,
so based on the scattergram that was sent to us, I don't know when, but, our estimation is that the increase would be 1.39. And that's including.
And I've got no idea how you're calculating that, but we are calculating this the
Well, I can
same way
also
we
tell you
calculate
that
every
in
budget
other-
every
In
year.
other areas, your numbers were wrong, particularly in the para contract last year when you calculated wages. So I guess
That is.
my numbers
false
are
statement.
right.
That is, we had a disagreement. That's a false statement.
if you could provide that information, right? If you're saying, you know, we have different calculations, information, et cetera, please
Right.
send it to us.
So let's pay this.
I just want to also say, I mean, a lot of board looks around here, but every year we go to the city and we have to justify what we're asking for and we try to explain it to them. So this idea of our increases, we understand, you know how your steps work, but the city council needs to have reasons to approve more in our budget, and we have to go through things like that with them. And the community needs to understand how costs within each department, and school department is of course the biggest one. They have to understand what factors impact our budget to a large degree. We talk about health insurance costs because our budget is the only one in the city that holds the health insurance for our department. All the city departments sit kind of outside of their department. So when they get a 3% increase, it goes directly to the department. We get a 3% increase, it has to accommodate health insurance. So we just need to be able to articulate to them the pieces within our budget. And then they decide what they're going to fund.
So when's the mayor gonna come? To talk about.
He said he could be here
Well,
next.
I think he's communicated with Rachel Rex that he would be here at the November 12th session.
Is he gonna be at all future sessions?
I-
Or is he
I-
expecting to
I-
resolve this?
We're not speaking for the mayor.
We're not gonna speak.
Can you guys ask him?
Why don't you invite them?
You can.
We did. You can't show up and engage in this process one time, right? And then leave you guys to
Nick,
fend for
we
yourself.
can't answer your question. We don't know the answer to your question.
My question is, can you invite him to all future board?
No, if you,
No?
no, I did,
No, that's.
Then
we know, the question, the answer to the question I was asking, we don't know what his schedule is, okay?
And that's not the question I'm asking.
We'll make sure that he knows you invited him.
I'm asking, we have two people
Nick,
who are
we hear you.
elected,
We hear you.
and I'm asking you a question.
We can't answer for the mayor.
That's not
That's
the
not
the
what
question
he
is,
asked.
can you
You
invite
asked
the
him.
mayor
He
to
said
all the future sessions? I'm asking the two elected school leaders.
Make sure he knows he's
I
invited.
have a question
Can
though.
you invite him and tell him it is important that he comes?
Inviting him. You were inviting him, weren't you?
So our question is, could you please invite him? That's the question that's being asked. So that's like maybe yes, we can, or no, we can't.
No,
That's really what
my-
we're looking.
Rachel, my response to you is, why wouldn't you guys ask him?
We will.
Can you also ask him?
Also ask him, but. it-
Thank you.
That's all we wanted. Thank you. We know, but we want you to also invite him. That's what the question was.
And we're saying that the
Right.
city is a challenge. Then it stands to reason that this whole body, if
Right.
we're invested in our schools, would invite the people who were alleging our roadblocks.
Right, but
We
Dan,
collectively need to work together
yes, and we
with the
work,
mayor.
we work through budget season consistently. You're asking the mayor. So we welcome your invitation. We can also make sure he knows about it. We can go from there.
You can't,
I hear you, Rachel. I promise.
that's all right. I just, when you restate what you heard, it sounds different. And I don't know if it's me.
I know
Right.
what you're asking. I know you're asking us to do the inviting.
As well, also, like
Okay,
we will
I hear
invite
you.
him and we are
I
asking
hear
specifically that you invite him and you can't commit to inviting him as, or I'm missing something.
Okay,
Is that, would you be able to commit to inviting him as well
I'm
as? us?
happy, I am happy to commit to inviting.
Thank you.
In addition to you.
Yes, thank you.
And I think the conversation of adding hours has to stop until we get to a point where we're talking more money.
So right now, we just handed out.
But
We started this presentation about the hours again, and the money hasn't changed.
Okay,
So-
but we just started with one. We could have-
So we had,
We also are putting forth a package proposal. And that's part of the package.
All right, let's go into the wage proposal, Michelle.
So I thought that tonight we were getting a new wage proposal.
Yes.
It's right here,
Yes.
Michelle.
Right in front of you.
And how is this different than the one that we saw last week?
It is different.
I understand.
Well, you
Well,
can do
we're gonna-
this before, but. Yeah, I mean, so in terms of, I mean, I think the question that you're asking, the plain question you're asking is what is the COLA? So the COLA is 2.75 year one, year two, a 3%. But the proposal is that it's 1.5% on day one and 1.5% on day 90, and then it's 3% in year three on day 90. And I should adding a step 14, I omitted that in year two. So that's it, that is it in its plainest terms.
Do you know off the top of your head how much further ahead that step 14 is?
yeah, so it goes to 10 point, the folks who are on step 13 now would earn 10.1 over the course of 3 years.
But how much above step 13 is step? Is it
Uh,
5% or did you add a flat number? How'd you get that step?
Gary,
It's 1%.
1%? Okay, thank you.
and just so folks know that, and this may not be, is that maybe it's obvious, is that each table is for a track. Okay, so you're seeing a track for its, for the 3 years of the contract plus the original one, as opposed to we've done it other ways before. I think we've done this before.
Right, that's the one thing to clarify. FY 24 is the current.
And the summary of all the dollar amounts and what folks would earn on the last page. Both percentage wise and also dollar amounts.
Okay, so now you have the complete package proposal in front of you.
Am I reading this right? That fiscal year 27, somebody with a master's plus 60, which is the equivalent like 3 master's degrees, makes $107,000.
If it wasn't 14.
I'm curious just if that proposal relates to the number of staff I currently have in my building who are on provisional licenses without experience. They don't have degrees in education, but that's who we're hiring. And then is that correlated to the how many millions of dollars we have going out of district because we have employees who are not trained to be teachers because we're not attracting them? $107,000 for 3 master's degrees.
Dan, the
Let's be
challenge,
clear on that.
Dan, the challenge you're talking about in terms of hiring experienced special education teachers is not a Gloucester specific thing. I can absolutely guarantee you that is every district having the same struggle. And so we are faced with hiring one of two things. Special education teachers that have a lot of experience, okay, and therefore, as you said, higher on the salary scale, or those who have very little experience.
I
Okay,
can echo that, Dan. I
And-
mean, however many
So it's-
negotiations, that comes up everywhere.
yeah,
But I guess
it's not
a
just,
universal issue.
it's not a Gloucester, I
But
think you,
Gloucester's motto is build not for today, but for tomorrow. So why don't we take a leadership role so that my daughter can have experienced, well-paid teachers, and as a taxpayer, I'm ready to take that hit.
Yep.
Why don't we become the role model instead of saying, well, this is the way it is everywhere. Let's be that shiny.
what I'm saying is, so yes, you can interpret it that way. I'm saying that it's a challenge. It's not just us. Okay, it's a bigger challenge than that.
So
It's a challenge with, in terms of the number of such teachers that are even available. Okay, so I don't know how to, so, and you're right. We need to do a lot of work on our programs, specific special education programs, and I believe that, now we are poised better than we haven't been in the past to do that. We need to, and that's gonna take all of us, because those are the students, that we struggle with the most. And the most complex needs, and we need to do a better job.
can I ask a clarifying question before it goes? Because I don't think the people in the audience would have gotten this. School year 26-27, the 3rd year of the contract. The educators in this room are gonna walk in on September 1st for a 0 raise and get a raise halfway through the year.
That's the proposal.
That's a proposal.
And they will have gotten one halfway through the previous school year as well.
1.5.
So they'll get a 0% raise on September 1st.
So keep working with us and offer us a counter.
Can I just ask a question? So Ben, you said that there's a shortage on around.
Yeah.
Okay. Gary and I were talking about economics, obviously. One of the key components of Adam Smith's theory is that when supply goes down, prices go up. And so in order to get people to come here rather than somewhere else, and one of the other components to that free market system, while this is not exactly free market, I think we can look at supply and demand. The other thing about that is competition. And there's competition with other districts. And in order to get those other districts to get people, places, and I'm gonna bring up a couple like Danvers, they're pulling people. We're seeing, I've talked to people in other districts. They're seeing people from those districts go to Danvers because Danvers is giving those salaries. And in order to do that, and we do also have a geographic issue that we are at the end of the line. Gloucester may, just because of that geographic premium, may need to pay more just to get people to drive those extra 15, 20 minutes down there. So we may even have to just start at that point and then see what others are paying. In terms of competition with other districts.
I have another question, and this may be for the business office is, you guys, I assume, had like a total dollar amount that your first proposal cost? How much more is this? Over 3 years?
I don't know. I don't have that information with me on the top of my head.
Someone can calculate it during a caucus, right?
Yeah, we didn't compare that.
If you could figure out how much more this would cost over 3 years than the first proposal you made, that would be appreciated.
Will you give us a counter?
We are here to negotiate in good faith. We will keep making counters and we will keep making proposals to try to settle the contracts for our members.
Great, that's great. Thank you, Nick.
We want a caucus or?
So to remind the audience to pause during caucus.
So school committee is gonna exit the room now because we have a mixed group of folks who are members of the union and not members of the union. Pause and hold out for a second. That's true. That's true. You can't watch.
Stephanie, are we good?
Anything else? So we just spent a good deal of time in the other room with our bargaining team, kind of racking our brains about what a next counter proposal would look like. I'm gonna be really honest with you guys, say like, we're really struggling to figure out what the next counter proposal from the union is. I think part of that is there is a very fundamental list of issues that we've stressed over and over and over again, need to be addressed in the final agreement, right? They are things that are core to the concerns of our teachers and our paras, things that would improve the day-to-day lives of the workers and the students in our schools, and we haven't made progress on them at all. Right, so we are gonna review some of those things now. To let you guys know again. We're gonna go through those again, right? Just to be crystal clear with you guys, one more time tonight. And we're committed to continuing our bargaining team plowing away, trying to figure out a path forward, right? But while we do that, we wanna stress to you guys again what those 8 or 9 other issues are that really need to be addressed. Most of them cost very little or nothing, right? We're gonna go over them. We're gonna be as clear as possible what we're looking for. If you got other ideas on how to solve those problems, we want to hear from you, right? Like, tell us what your ideas are on how to solve the problems, right? They're gonna not hear from me a ton, as we're gonna pass the mic around to our team, who's going to elaborate a bit more on some of what these issues are. So who's doing first one?
I'll do, I don't need a mic. I don't.
You should use the mic.
Okay.
There's something you're handing out or no?
Nothing.
Okay.
They're just gonna-
Okay.
Thank you. So, so something that is near and dear to all of us is paid parental leave. Currently, the district offers no paid parental leave, and any leave is funded through the employee's sick days. And the system disproportionately affects females. And we feel that our proposal for 12 weeks of district paid parental leave is reasonable and it's cost effective. And we're wondering, if you still have to pay for subs, what's the additional cost? So we're wondering, do you just have some reason for not giving us our 12 weeks of paid parental leave? Are you trying to prove a point? Is there a reason we don't have it?
I'm confused by you saying there's no cost.
So you guys.
It's minimal cost.
You guys went out of your way in the first half of this bargaining session to say it's a great benefit to our Gloucester educators. They can already receive pay for 12 weeks. They just have to use their sick time. Right? So if most of our members are doing that, receiving pay for most, if not all of their sick leave, you're already paying their salaries, already paying for the subs. The only thing that you're doing is asking for something from the employee to fund the sick leave.
And the cost to the employee is that she has to save or accrue about sick days for about 4.5 to 5 years in order to have a baby. And hopefully she doesn't get sick during that time, or she'll lose those days.
Can I just ask a question? So my understanding was that and it makes sense to me, that it disproportionately affects teachers earlier in their careers. Right? That makes sense to me. Right? I just wanna, when those people wouldn't have sick, they wouldn't have 100, I mean, you can accrue 165 days, but they're not gonna have it.
If they get 10 days in their first 3 years, it's gonna take an awfully long time.
Right, no, not arguing.
Some
that, I'm
pass
just-
their
no,
childcare
just clarify.
years.
Yeah, so I'm just, because what you said was that a lot of them are already using their sick days.
What if they get sick?
No, I'm asking the question. I didn't think that was happening. Because you're saying to me they mostly are doing that already. So what's the additional cost? So
I
I'm just-
think most parental leave that are taking have most of the leave paid through sick days, right? The
Okay.
problem is when an early career teacher saves up for 5 or 6 years, take that leave. They are then saving sick days by trying to schedule around prenatal appointments, by coming into school sick when they're pregnant, and then by having newborns sick at home, not have any sick days left because they burn them all during that sick leave, right?
We've lost many teachers at West Parish for just that reason. We lost 2 in the past 2 years.
Here you.
Probably just easier if we can share. So I'm gonna talk about family sick leave. So our contract currently states that you can take 5 of your sick days to care for a family member. That means if your child gets COVID in the fall and then has pneumonia in January, and then maybe picks up some Lyme disease or something in the spring, you're out of luck because you already used the 5 days for when they had COVID. And maybe 2 days when they had pneumonia. And then you had your mom covered for 3 days. You can't take off. Even though you may have 50, 60, 70 days accrued, you can only take off 5. So we had a member who had a very sick child and had to take unpaid leave. You want to know why the district is not able to move on our proposal, which would address this.
We have a couple of proposals, one about family sick leave, one about being able to use the sick bank, right? When your family members need you and you don't have sick time left, right? So we have members every year. We use those 5 days, right? And then either have to scramble for childcare or lie about why they are homesick, right? Because their kiddo is homesick and needs them. And then on the flip side, we have members who have burned through all their sick time, have a kid with a really serious illness, or a spouse with a really serious illness, and have to go unpaid. Despite the fact that our members have collectively donated hundreds of sick days for the betterment of their colleagues. They are sitting there unused, while our members have sick children and they are being penalized for having the sick children.
So as you all know, my concerns around school safety. We continue every day to have students dysregulated in the classroom. And what that does, it creates a safety issue for the teacher. It creates a safety issue for the other students in the room. And it creates a situation for the student who's dysregulated. I know typically it's not on my end because I get called to 4 classrooms at a time and I'm one person. That's one issue. But more importantly, if a teacher is spending 20 minutes helping a child regulate in a classroom, the attention that child's getting is either reinforcing the behavior, because there's a lot of negative attention for being on public display, or the embarrassment of trying to be regulated by a teacher, all eyes on you, escalates the child. We continue to ask for a space that child can go, get regulated, have a staff member in said space, so that the teacher can go back to doing what they're supposed to be doing, teaching the other 20 kids in the classroom. And the kid who's dysregulated gets their needs met. We need that space. The times have changed. The amount of behavior plans that I'm writing right now are like 5, 6 times the number that I used to write when I started here a decade ago.
Okay, so mine is very important to our elementary people. Elementary school teachers are only guaranteed 30 minutes of prep time. It's not enough. We need to perform tasks like grading and preparing lessons in the 30 minutes. It's just not enough, and we've stated that to you for a while now. So it's less time than most other elementary school teachers get around the state, and it's definitely less than our own middle and high school teachers get in our own district. So it's very unfair, it is insufficient, and it is going to be a deal breaker for your elementary people. We need that prep time.
Let's go.
Do I need to make? Victoria got it.
I know, right?
Thank you. This is about the lack of equity in the after-school hours. We're sending a very clear message at the elementary school.
Carrie, can you hold on for 1 second?
Yeah.
Is that procedural?
Yeah, so we need to make a vote to extend the meeting. No, it's okay. So I make a motion that we vote to extend the meeting.
Second.
Okay.
But hold on.
7:10, do you want to call it 7:45, 8?
The eight?
Okay, just
I mean,
better
with
do
the,
it
with the
because then you're
understanding
over.
that
Yeah.
if we're done early, we're done early.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say, okay, so I make a motion that we're gonna extend the meeting till 8. Second.
Second.
I.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Well, you have to agree.
We
Oh,
do.
we-
Go for it.
It's not just our vote too.
Sorry.
All right, back to me. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. We're just sending a really clear message from the elementary that we are looking for equity back in our realm of teaching. There's a lack of equity in the after-school hours. Half of the districts are required to do 20 hours. The elementary do an additional 7 meetings. Those extra 7 hours we don't find additive to our schools. We spend the most minutes face-to-face with the students. So every minute that we're with the student also requires prepping for that teaching time. And though our hours are shorter, our minutes in front of the students are the longest. And we don't think it's fair that we are 7 meetings. And the cost to the district to change this is nothing.
So I'll add to that. I know I'm newer to the district, but I've heard over and over again from elementary school teachers that those 7 hours are not additive to their practice, right? It does not make them better at their job, right? So in a world where our elementary school teachers are already taking home hours and hours of work every night, right? To ask them to work 7 additional hours each year is just not something that's tenable.
We've asked for you to return our emails, our requests, and our other communications in a reasonable time frame. This doesn't cost anything, and it's really purely about respecting the members.
Yeah, we really should have failed. Should have sat in a better.
I'm gonna speak about equal pay for equal work. We have roles in our district that can be filled with either teachers or paraprofessionals. They can do the exact same work for the exact same time, but be paid very different rates. Even individuals hired from outside the district are paid more than our paraprofessionals for doing the same work. This discounts the value of our paraprofessionals.
All right, last one I want to discuss is para-subbing. Paraprofessionals are constantly pulled to substitute for teachers. Currently, they are not properly compensated unless they sub for more than a full hour. This is immoral and leads to our paras being taken advantage of on a daily basis and our students losing the supports that they need and are legally required. This is such a small cost, yet the district has refused to address it. These are the pillars that we are basing everything off of. This is what our members need if we're going to get something done. We look forward to continuing these conversations, but this is what we need. Okay?
You guys have any questions? We've talked about these things 100 times, right? We don't think that they are super complicated. We don't think there is anything there that is a particular breaker of the bank. right? These are things that are common sense solutions. If you guys really do respect the opinions of your educators, they are saying over and over and over again, look around you to all the people in this room. They all say that these are the things that need to be addressed in this contract. Are these things that you guys can make movement on?
Have to call.
Can you caucus?
Do you have any responses on,
Yeah, that'd be my question to you is, do you have any language counters, any salary counter for us?
We do not have a counter.
Do
on
you
the package
intend to give
proposal.
any tonight?
We do not know. Depends how long we're doing it. What I'm saying is like, we have been making these proposals in the format of a package. It's tough for us to come up with any other version that is substantively different until these things are addressed, right? Like this is the core of what we need in an agreement. And it's not even touched by the school.
Well, we've discussed some of these things. We actually have had really fertile.
There's no movement in the package that you, yes, on.
They need to be addressed, right? Like not just discussed, right? Because we've heard you guys say over and over again, like that you understand, that you value the opinions. But it hasn't come across and that you guys have put across the table, right? So there's only so many different versions of the package that we can make while these things remain. We're just gonna keep putting these things back in, right? So until these things, there's some understanding that these things can be addressed, there's only so much we can do.
So can I just ask you a question? So where you're saying is until we accept these things, there's nothing you can do? Or are you saying, I'm really honestly asking, or, I mean, some of them are more complicated than others, like there's different level of thing, you know, in these that you've listed. Like what you've listed, you know, the work time is a whole different thing than you know, they're just different complications. So, but I just want to know, like, are you looking for counters on these or you're just looking for us to accept these?
We are not saying that continued bargaining is dependent on your acceptance of these things verbatim, right? We are not holding up bargaining until you accept every single thing here as it's written. We would like some engagement on these issues, right? Like, and there hasn't been any thus far.
well, I'll just reiterate, we have had discussion. And we definitely had our questions and we gave you our.
There hasn't been any positional engagement, right? Like your positions on these issues haven't changed, no matter how much we say. These things need to be addressed, like you're.
Okay, then we would expect the same for the items that are important to us, which we went over this evening, and nothing, and you have not engaged or replied in any way on those items either,
And-
except for no.
And a lot of,
So those are important to us, having more time for teachers to work together to improve teaching, to change student, you know, to improve student achievement, paramount interest for us, and I'm sure for you. And that is where some of our proposals are coming from with that goal in mind.
But that's different than our teacher planning. That's what we're saying. What you just
I
stated,
understand your.
we're on board, but
Yeah.
that is different from teacher planning.
and
And teacher prep is different than what you're stating.
And moreover, many in our last negotiation session, we offered to withdraw or accept proposals based on your movement on other proposals, and there's been very little movement there in those areas. So that's what we've been asking for, and that's what we're waiting for. There hasn't been any, or what we have had hasn't been enough. Moving from 5 days paid parental leave to 10 days isn't enough, especially where Masco got 8 weeks of paid parental leave, for example. So that's really what we're asking for. If you can make some movements on some of these, then perhaps we can make some movement on the ones that you've indicated are paramount important to school committee. But I'll also point out that the prep time, we already run this, right? We have a vote every spring that sunsets at the end of the next school year. So this schedule is already currently running in the elementary schools. We're just trying to memorialize it in the contract, like we already do it. But it's not in the contract. We need it memorialized in the contract. Like it already happens. It costs $0. It already happens. That's all. Just make that clear. That's like that Beaman vote.
Well, let me just explain, because that's not my understanding of the proposal. My understanding of the proposal is right now we have 40 minutes, 4 days, okay, in elementary, 30 minutes on the 5th day that's administrator directed, plus 10 minutes as teacher directed, okay?
Right.
So, but I think your proposal cuts out any administrative directed time.
Right, and we've increased that. It needs to be 40 minutes for 5 days, right? So that's really the only
just
change,
two-
but otherwise
no,
that
don't
schedule
change.
still runs.
Uninterrupted.
Right.
So, but it also eliminates the 30 minutes of admin directed time, gets that to 0, correct?
in those prep times, and it makes that prep time sacrosanct for our teachers. Which I think Ruth is trying to make very clear that is of paramount importance to our elementary educators, because middle school and high school educators already have that time.
And also eliminates the 30 minutes of admin directed time.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
so.
But it's
so
not something
so
that
not
you-
as simple as just I misspoke when you say it's simply just putting into the contract what currently exists, the current way we're operating. We're not operating that way. You'd be changing it.
It
There is other
codifies
time
the
in the
current
contract.
schedule, right? It's not something that you gotta hire additional
There's not a big-
specialists
there's
to
not a
cover.
big amount
the
of change
section.
for that, to be
That's
honest.
actually-
And you're not acknowledging the payoff to teachers who have more prep time and how positively it affects.
But anyway, so
And that-
So we will go
That's
back.
what's in this column. But I just wanna, that's what's in this column, the elementary prep time, which is number 7. This from,
Is that from?
that's from,
Scott?
yeah. So I'm looking at the package. I just want to be able to refer back to the right. Okay. So that's, I'm just checking.
Before you guys take a break, there was one other issue that our team wanted to raise. This maybe for Attorney Pagnini, if you could remind the team that when we are in caucuses, we had a school committee member coming to our caucus multiple times. Right? We just want to make sure that that does not happen again.
Okay.
It was not either of you.
Oh my
I was wondering what that-
Okay.
So even if there is another school committee member
Yeah, we
in
can-
the room, right, we would.
Well, I would, as a member of the
Yes.
public, they shouldn't be coming in.
But yeah.
We would sincerely
Yeah,
ask that you
yeah,
try
it's
to
fine.
speak to them
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
not come to.
I'm sure whoever is probably just heard you.
Appreciate it. All right.
So I think what the school committee members are trying to say, I don't even speak to you, but it's like, we're gonna go, our team's gonna go back and see if we make move on some of these. We would expect the same from the GTA team. Okay, so while we're in caucus, okay, because you're saying, what I heard was, well, if you make movement, then we will. No, I don't think that's fair or appropriate. This side needs you folks to also come up with some movement on what's important to the school committee team.
We will continue to look for ways to make happen, right? It's a really complicated process.
And also same on our end as well, which I think you would acknowledge.
Why don't we take a break? Yeah.
So you want to acknowledge that?
Right.
I would have a smart ass comment for you back, so I don't think it's super.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That would help. Here.
Shared doc.
So guys, I'm just gonna make a motion, I'm gonna make a motion to extend the meeting till 8:30.
Sure.
Okay. Second. Okay, yes, yes.
All in favor?
So here's where we are. So we had a discussion about the things that you had presented to us that are important to you. We understand that. The reality was in the time that we had, especially given the complexity of a lot of those issues, it's very difficult to come up with language and certain solutions to be able to present to you in short time on a number of them. So we started discussing kind of other ones that sort of might be quicker and easier to sort of show movement on so that we can show to you folks that we want to continue progressing. So for example, we talked about the family sick leave. We had heard from you the concerns that you had and decided that the committee would go to 10 sick days to show movement from our side, progressing on that issue and the issues that you had said were important to you. Also talked about parental leave, which is a little bit more complex. The committee can commit that they would go back to the full committee to discuss that. But in order to do so, in part with my larger message that I'm telling you right now, they need to see movement from the union. So if you provided some kind of a counter on parental leave other than a gesture that it's something you might be willing to discuss at some point in the future, then the committee would be willing to go back and talk to it with the full committee and come up with some kind of a potential counter if you made movement. But that's also the point. You guys discussed a number of issues that are important to you, which the committee heard. But this is a negotiation. In any negotiation, there has to be movement on both sides. The committee came into tonight, moved. What they got in response was no movement whatsoever. In any negotiation, you have to bargain. You have to go back and forth. You have to show movement. Understanding that you said what issues are important to you all. The committee heard that. They discussed it. They had limited time, but we have to make movement. So they came back, they made an immediate movement, but they need movement from you folks in order to continue this conversation.
So that is appreciated, right? I mind the committee. A couple weeks ago, came into this room and dropped about 40 proposals. Right, like the union has moved and moved and moved. Right, so just because you didn't see movement tonight, it is unfair to ignore what has happened over the last weeks and months as the union has moved and moved and moved to try to get closer to the school committee. And hasn't seen it in return. Right, so the movement just now is appreciated. You guys want to caucus after just hearing that?
Yeah, can I just add, I just want to add something specific on parental leave. Is, you cited we showed examples of parental leave. Most districts that have made agreements still don't have paid parental leave, fully, and not even close. Very few have what your proposal is. Okay, you've also cited 2 recent examples that are quite a bit less than your proposal. I guess when we talk about will the GTA make movement on that, it's if you make movement aligned with the recent examples you're talking about, then we can certainly, then the school committee from our discussions would certainly go back and talk with the full school. But there's a difference now between these examples you're citing as being recently agreed upon and your proposal. Okay, there's a large difference between it. So it's between 4 and 6 weeks. That's very significant.
Do we have a caucus?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry. It steps in.
Rachel. Shut it off. Sorry, Steph. Thank you.
We probably should, we're already half an hour in. Let's say 9:10, 9:15.
Sure.
Well, okay, it's just a joke, okay. Midnight.
No.
Motion to extend our meeting till 9:15.
You can always take another vote. Oh, second.
So, I,
There you go.
and they.
Agree.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We have a counter slightly on our resolution proposal. It is, in our opinion, very significant movement. Here's what we are proposing. 8 weeks at full pay. 2 weeks at 75% pay. 2 weeks at 50% pay. With the supplementation of sick time being able to be used. I will run that by us again. And no, sorry, 8 weeks fully paid. 2 weeks, 75% pay. 2 weeks, 50% pay. Supplemented time through accrued sick days.
That'd be through the educators, through sick day.
Yes, correct.
And that would be filling in those 50 and 25.
Legs, right, with the 75%.
Correct.
Teachers accrued.
Right.
sick time.
Yes. This is very comparable to a few other districts.
What districts are this?
Boston,
Did Boston?
BTU,
And where else? You said few.
Chelmsford's one of them off the top of my head.
In terms of.
Yeah, in terms of the gradual nature of it.
But not the total benefit.
I don't have the exact specifics.
I mean, in terms of format, you're saying in terms of format, it's similar to that.
In terms of format, it's similar, and this is a number that our union's willing to propose right now.
I understand.
Great.
Any movement on salary?
Comment, what's
Any
right?
movement on salary?
Not at this time.
So we, as we said,
Great.
we appreciate that. We will go back to the full committee.
Okay.
I mean, we were only authorized for 10 days, so we have to go back to the full committee to discuss.
Sure. Is that, and this is just like kind of a logistics question, is that during like your regular school committee meeting, or is that during? During executive session, yeah.
It'll be an executive session next, Wednesday is our next, a week from tomorrow, not tomorrow.
Yeah.
A week from tomorrow is our next meeting.
Okay.
For the full committee.
Can I flag another issue for you guys maybe to bring back for that discussion? It is the thing that is holding us up in being able to figure out where to go from here in a holistic package. Is like, how do we reconcile these two things of we're asking our elementary school teachers to extend their workday by 7 or 8%. And we're offering them a 2.75% raise. Right, like trying to reconcile those two things is really difficult for us, right? So we're not trying to be obstinate, but like that's a hurdle, right? So if you guys have opinions, thoughts, ideas on how to proceed, we are drawing blanks right now. We're gonna continue to think about it, but we've hit a wall for tonight.
Okay. All right.
And so, we'll work on parental leave, as one of the crucial pieces here. The mayor, we expect the mayor to be here next time, 12th.
Yeah.
And then, just not clear, you guys will be offering a counter proposal on salary the next time we meet?
That's the only answer I can give you is we gotta continue to think on it.
Okay.
We'll meet on November 12th and continue work and continue negotiations.
Yep.
That's great. That's excellent. I really,
Thank you.
I believe we can get this done, folks, if we keep meeting. I really think we can. A lot of faith in us.
All right.
Likewise. All right.
Thank you.
You need to make your motion.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
No.
We got adjourned.
Oh, we're going back. My bad.
Okay, no, thank you. I'm a little tired.
A little bit.
Stick around for 2 minutes after the meeting.
And.
Thank you.